Good morning, Chad. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. And if you are not, come on in and I will try my best to make it better. Not only, I will rub my microphone so that it makes an annoying noise. Not only will I try my best to make it better, but today is D&D day. Today is the day of the day-and-da. The day-and-da. Today is the day of day-and-da. Did that bunny keep you awake? No, it was really cute. We laid in bed and watched TikToks till we both got tired and just like cuddled. And then we fell asleep. Love you so. Thank you so much for the 21 months. I love Uzu. She's beautiful. I love her so much. Yes, I do have morning voice. What time are you coming by today, by the way, Mom? If you guys did not know, Momo's mom in chat is my actual mother. My mom there. My real mom there. My mom there. I know that we took kind of like a pseudo week off. Like a pseudo week off. That's because we have guests in the house. My best friend Uzu is here, as well as two of our very long time friends who play D&D with us, who are Rosie and Sizzle. They're in the house playing video games. Well, I guess one of them's playing D&D, one of them's playing video games. Well, regardless, they're here to visit for like a week and a half, so I apologize that I wasn't streaming last week. But me and Uzu, hopefully later today, will be playing some Minecraft. Minecraft. Yes. I'm excited. Hi, Guido. Thank you for the tier 3. You guys, Guido's such a great guy. You guys should all point at Guido and say hi and tell him he's a good bean. I might be a tiny bit stuffed up because I accidentally left my window open and it was cold. Imagine having friends. Well, you're here right now. You're here right now. All of us are your friends. Minecraft. Yes. Not because I'm partially addicted or anything. I'm so excited. I'm excited for today. I've had such a good couple days. Like, ever since I got here. You guys have no idea. Like, just spending time with Uzu has made me so happy. I love Uzu so much. and our other friends being here, obviously, but I adore Uzu so much. It's something very different. When you're like hear your best friend, or like you hear your friends smile and laugh, but it's so very different when you see them smile and laugh. And so it's wonderful. It's so wonderful. I'm so happy. I'm a happy bee. Anyway, thank you guys so much for the resubs. Thank you. we're gonna play Dungeons and Dragons. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, if the game has building, I'll play it. That's no cap. Like that's legit. I'll play any game that has building except Fortnite. It's not actually building. Let's play some D&D. Ooh, even Genji's excited. If you could do me a favor and turn your attention to the box behind our wonderful Dungeons and Dragons DM Dungeon Master, you can you can immortalize yourself in today's episode on the little box there by saying something in the chat. And by doing so, you will be here for future episodes when you are viewed on YouTube. Or the VOD. Who knows? So hello, future people. Hello, VOD watchers. Hello, video watchers. Hello. I hope you're having a good day. And if you're not, we will try our best as a community and D&D hosts to entertain you. Let's go meet the cast, shall we?
Hello?
Hello.
Morning.
Good morning,
moment.
cast.
I thought Dante got trapped in my room.
What do you
Like a
mean?
hello, so.
What the heck do you mean? It was a hello.
It didn't sound like one. Good morning. Howdy, gamers. How's it
Hello,
going?
gamer.
It's
Yo, what's
going.
poppin', DM?
What's poppin'?
I'm excited.
How's everybody doing this lovely Sunday morning?
I'm excited.
I'm staring at Sizzle.
Delightful. Well,
Well,
hey,
fun.
given that everybody's here, we don't got to worry too much. We can hop right into it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down the line unprompted. You're gonna tell the lovely chatters and myself a little bit about your character, who you are, what you're playing, and we'll go down the line until we get to the end, and then we will figure out who's going to recap. Let's start with the adjudicator.
Hey there. I play Blake Steele, son of House Steele, the adjudicator of Erist. He's 6 levels fighter, 5 in sorcerer. He's half human, half Leonin. Freshly awoken in this brave new world, confused, wondering, and unsure of even what to do next. And his goal now is to fix the mistake that has been made as fast as possible. Simple as that.
I play Oberon Illyrian, a war wizard, level 11, with some additional abilities that he came across during a complication with a blood curse. Originally sent here to track cult activity, has now found out that the cult, along with themselves, have been set up by God King Vorder and danced to his tune, all too unwittingly. Now faced in the God King's realm, where his power may likely be absolute, the wizard is trying to figure out what is the next best course of action if they hope to have a chance to survive here.
Hello, I am Momo and I play Evelyn Yenlier. She is a reborn wood elf, level 11, druid of the moon. She was born in the First Age, thousands of years ago, but found herself awoken in current time. Taken so very far and possibly even further from her family in the First. Thanks to her current comrades, she is in this situation, but not for perhaps blaming them, but accompanying them. She's seeking to, was seeking to return much of the needed balance to that there was of Arist, but now, being in the dawn of Anor'lur, or being simply just an Anor'lur, there are a widespread amount of new flora and fauna to discover. Thankfully, she has her company of her friends, or she does not know if she could do it without them.
I am Ibrahim Inkaran, Ibrahim of Suna, a sun elf born in the sand waste of the deep south, 179 years a slave to Saheshi Joke. I remember now. A paladin of Bahamut, even though he calls to me no longer. Still, his wish for peace and contented goodness lives on through sheer need alone in me, and I endeavor to bring about his forbearance even still, in this land separated from home, in this home to the god Border. With some luck, me and my friends will be able to find a way back. Me back to Muhammad, the rest of us back to our people, however long it has been. I cling still to hope.
Well, I'm Talanos Aberun, a half-elf gunslinger. And if I thought I was far from home now, well, I guess I still am. Further even, and missing 2 years. Not that I much cared for the passage of time for a while, but now we've got a God King problem. And the only thing we can do is keep going and try and solve it. I mean, what other choice is there? It's not like we can run and hide. But I've got my weapons and I've got my comrades. That's all I really need at this point. We'll figure it out.
I play Zafina Malok. She is a level 11 bard under the College of Maestro. Formerly a Lightfoot halfling, now Eldrin elf. She, after growing up in Wymore, she was originally sent to Irist. However, after now missing a couple of years, she is now wondering what may be real and what may not be real. Having lived a second life, completely missing her old memories, but now have returned. Nothing seems right, and there needs to be some balance restored.
Thank you. Who recounted last week?
That would be me, DM.
Yeah, correct.
Adjudicator. Please pick somebody to recount.
All right, I've made my decision. Zafina.
I had a funny feeling you were going to do that.
Woo!
Should not be real.
Shut up, Adam.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
Well.
It has got to be a dream, right? It's all just a very, very bad dream. Last I knew, we were in Northbury, living very humble adventurer lives. But now, we're back on Erist. We knew that was Erist. Nothing's the same anymore. Everything is so perfect, and in a sense, too perfect. Waking up in those coffins in that trophy room that Vorder was so proudly showing off like the sick pig that he is. The thought sends a shiver down my spine. It's all thanks to Thoroval that we're still alive. Barely, but how alive can you truly be after being held in a coffin half filled with water? Alive just enough that you cannot die. For 2 years. 2 years. And that time, Vorder took the cathedral. And everyone that was around it. Everyone there. No, I refuse to believe it. This is all just a dream. Everything is too perfect. The trees, the weather, the water, the food. It's everywhere. Nothing is in short supply except those that we've lost. We've got to make this right. There has to be a balance. There's too much purity, and too much of that is evil in its own right. As dawn no longer breaks, but just continues, we plan to make our way for Fraught. No, for Dawnwood. To hopefully find some answers and maybe, just maybe, some familiar friendly faces. Yeah, I got a Momo clap.
Yeah.
That's why I picked you, because I knew you could do it.
Thank you very much.
I've also had some rogue energy, so I'm like, wow!
Yeah.
It's a good
Having
time!
finished your long rest
Ooh.
here near the river, your party would eventually stir,
I'm
awoken by
stirring.
one another's presence. The dawn is still there, that cool fall weather washing over the party. As you all prepare for what you assume to be a new day. What are you all doing?
Is there water nearby?
Beg your pardon?
Is there water nearby?
Yes.
Evelyn would be at it already in the morning, just like washing her hands and like her arms and stuff, just enjoying the cold water.
The river that is there, you found out last stream, was a fresh source of water.
So it is only Evelyn outside at this time? Because second would be Ibrahim waking
she's
up.
bright and early
You're
waiting.
all outside. You have lean-tos. You don't have tents. Like, it's not a
Right,
real
out,
camp.
out in the open. Out in the open.
Absolutely.
Not okay. So yeah. Okay. Ibrahim sort of stands out of his lean-to, unfurling from whatever grass and kindle he made for a bed. And he walks slowly up to the center of camp with his cheeks puffed out and his black hair kind of twitching in the wind. He looks tired still, like he didn't even get to sleep. Dark bags under his eyes and his nostrils rimmed pink and raw. Hey, Evelyn. He waves her way and begins to gather what part of his little lean-to has his supplies.
Oh, good morning. She calls backward.
There's a nod, and he begins to fold things as need be, packing them.
Zafina would also be up and about and packing things up. And as they call back to each other, she just kind of would cast a glance up at them and then just continue packing up.
Her gaze would kind of linger on Ibrahim for a moment, just very appraising, but in like a I'm not used to seeing this kind of way.
At this moment that she's looking at him, Ibrahim is wincing as he bends his knees and squats by his things. He puts one finger in one nostril, then blows out through the other with a long wheeze like a dying duck.
Ew.
Foul.
She just kind of goes, ugh. Like returns back to the water.
Why doesn't the party roll me a perception check?
Perception.
Okay. Everybody but... Actually, I lied. Evelyn, Ibrahim, and Zafina. You would see, at least momentarily, you would watch as something overhead soars past.
We see its shadow.
The Zafina and Evelyn would see its shadow. You looking up, Ibrahim, would be able to see it in its entirety. A figure clad in like blue and gold clothing, it looks like, with these vibrant golden wings emerging from their back. And you would see it's flanked by two other figures that are sort of wearing this almost sheer white cloth. And they are sort of flanking this creature as they are moving towards the mountain.
With a kind of quick gesticulation of the hand, he signals for Evelyn and Safina to sort of lay low as he leans into his lean-to and watches just out the corner of his eye as this creature flies by with its escort.
Horrifying.
Seeing the motion to hide or duck down, Zeph would kind of hunker and lean into whatever foliage may be nearby.
Why doesn't everybody roll me a stealth check?
Okay.
Could I like maybe use nature to hide behind? Because I'm so naturist.
No.
Oh,
You
come
can roll me a
on.
stealth check.
But nature. I'm in the nature.
Oh boy.
Like a bonfire.
Blake hasn't even gotten up yet. He's just laying there.
That's not fair. Poor Blake. Why you gotta sound like a chainsaw, brother?
He snores so loud, bro.
Even in asleep, he's just like the beacons of Gondor sitting there.
Ibrahim, you would realize, at least for a moment, that as you're sort of watching these creatures hiding beneath your lean-to, one of the escorts, their attention almost seems drawn to the side. And you would get a better look as they've sort of paused for a moment. They appear to be, at least in appearance, humanoid. You would see the pale white skin and sort of swept white hair. The clothing that hangs from them is very form-fitting, and they wield in one of their hands this vibrant golden mace. Their attention sort of passing and sweeping over the forest for a moment, and you can almost feel like they're settling their attention on where the party is.
Who is... Okay, is Blake being loud because he's snoring?
Blake's probably being loud because nobody told him, and he's waking up.
Yeah. Right now,
Yeah.
Blake, he's just kind of laying there, kind of like staring up at like, the trees and just kind of sticking out like a sore thumb because he's a big guy.
Yeah, I think Ibrahim would sort of scramble towards him and kind of clasp his mouth and lean him down and greet his attention with like a finger across his mouth that calls for silence.
Like gonna like stare, his mouth covered, just wondering what the hell's happening.
There's no words from him, but the stark wideness of Ibrahim's red eyes are there set with alarm, hinting at the looming danger. And he would slowly remove his palm from Blake's mouth, and with that same hand, motion at the lean-to ceiling and the heavens beyond.
The figure looms, sort of as if a sentry had been posted above the camp, and is just watching for movement. And as its focus begins to settle towards some of the movement in camp, there would be this cry that filters through the air, this very sharp harmonic sound that draws the entity's attention. And it would begin to make its way elsewhere.
Do we hear them flying? Like a swoosh of wings or anything like that, or are they just silent?
They're silent from where they are currently. Maybe if they were a little bit closer.
Is there any kind of like repressive or oppressive aura that follows them? Does the atmosphere change or anything at all reacts to their presence in any way?
Nothing that you can feel right now.
Okay. Well, once the danger passes, Ibrahim will look away from Blake and try to see how many faces he can catch in camp.
All right. Now that whatever the hell that is happened, what's going on? The wizard just seems to have rolled back into the lean-to, sleeping bag and all.
Those must have been the things that Torvald warned us against. The God Chosen. They're looking for us, and not just that, they're... Actually, would he be able to surmise if they're heading the way they came?
It's safe to assume.
They're going up the hill. They're checking on us. And I think they must have heard something around here, a rustle. We need to go. Pack up everything. Let's head to town. And leave no trace behind.
With that, Zeph would, finish packing up, and she would attempt her best to try and make it look as natural as possible. Evelyn, I'm sure you can help with this.
She kind of turns away from like the riverbank bushes she was crouching into and looks at Zafina. Sorry, what?
After we pack up, we need to make sure this looks as if we weren't even here.
Oh, of course. I can do that.
On the matter of going to town, I think despite everything, we need to be careful in who we place our trust. It's clear that Border was manipulating them before. And now, who knows? Maybe there are some that willingly follow him.
That is a fearful thought.
But the reality of our situation, we may be surrounded by enemies. I think, however, we should try and locate Bishop. Do you remember? He was the only one that had different memories, or was beginning to have them anyway.
As much as I know that you would trust, we need to be careful.
Of course. But we can talk about that as we travel. Come on.
We should get our story straight. What are we going to say when we get into town? As a group, who are we?
I suppose the fisherman story's gonna work again.
Well, remember, we were told not to outright lie, but to just dance around the truth.
And what if people recognize us?
They do recognize us. Any lie or half-truth we do tell won't make any difference. But if they don't, we can just say we're travelers down on their luck. It is true, isn't it?
Suppose so.
What do you say?
He said, I suppose so.
No. Any other ideas?
I haven't any. Just whatever keeps us safe. I've come into a place before where I didn't know anything about it, or what was happening, or the intentions of those around me. But I'm still here. If that is any testament, I think we can do this. I know we can.
Let's hope you're right.
We'll figure it out one way or the other. We don't even know what's waiting for us, so the only way we're gonna is if we go and look.
Evelyn nods with like the ambitious like double fist up and down movement where she goes. "Mm."
Blake will he'll finally kind of get up, just up to his feet, and with the how hurried they're trying to be, he wouldn't bother putting his armor on.
If he
Feel
looks
like-
like he's not going to, Evelyn would help him to lower the time.
Well, first he'll look at it and then taking consideration like how much of the hurry they're in. Another reason, it kind of in the back of his mind, not wanting to be recognized, and as Evelyn would approach as if looking to help, he'd be like, "It's fine. We can deal with that later. Let's just get moving."
You still have to carry it.
Yeah, that's true. But we also have a bag of holding.
It's not gonna help you much if you're not wearing it. You don't know what's gonna be waiting for us in there.
All right, fine. Let's be quick then. As all the armor is like laid out neatly, starting one piece at a time from the boots up to the greaves, all to the chest plate, the gauntlets, the gloves, and then eventually the helmet with whoever's helping. With the Evelyn.
You should help.
And as he's putting it on, he looks normally, if you'd seen him put his armor on before, he looks like he'd be doing it with like almost a bit of enthusiasm and like a sense of duty, eager to fulfill it. Now he just looks a bit more pulled back, more like something's weighing down on him that isn't just the armor.
She would murmur while helping him put on his armor. Going to be alright. There's a lot we still don't understand.
Of course. Well, it always works out in the end. It has to.
What matters is we're all still here. Right?
Right. We're still a team.
I know that it may feel slightly hopeless now, but it gets better.
With normally Blake he'd put on his large, toothy grin. This is a bit more tame, small smile though. You could just tell he's not doing a good job of hiding it. There's definitely it's almost fake to the point where he's just you can easily tell in his eyes that like he's full of a lot of doubt. at the moment.
She would gently, after like finishing all the armor on him and stuff, gently pat like his pauldron from a reached arm.
Look down to her. And just nod.
She would nod and turn to the rest of the party. I'm guessing has completely packed up our belongings and the tenting.
For 10 minutes? Hell yeah.
I mean, we don't have that much stuff to pack, frankly.
Not carrying, we're not moving wagons of stuff or anything, so it's just our packs and bedrolls and general stuff. So
Yeah, it's not tense or anything, so it's all packed relatively quick. Probably faster than it took to put on his armor.
Alright. Then Evelyn would do her best to cover up any inkling that we were here at all.
Perfect. This I will have you roll a nature check for. Okay. You feel relatively comfortable in the idea that you've covered your tracks.
Whether it is using mold, earth or druid craft, whatever she did, she would back away from it and look at the party. I think that is as good as I'm going to get it. Without outright changing the landscape. She kind of chuckles darkly at that.
I think that's the best we could ask for, given the circumstances.
well, so much to worry about. But if they want to find us and they can fly, they'll probably catch up to us eventually. So let's move now and ask questions later. Maybe those whatever the hell you called them won't be very won't be questioned. They're a bunch of travelers. Although they probably will. Who am I kidding?
Let's spawn. I'll pull up the back. Cover our tracks.
Okay, party. What are you doing?
Leaving.
I think we're heading towards town.
DM, do I have any smaller, more mundane, forms that I have learned?
More mundane?
Less imposing than, say, a giant polar bear.
You could transform into one of those little lightning birds.
I don't know if that's a good idea. I haven't studied them. I might implode.
Shape shift, and then you just suddenly see a puff of feathers and nothing else. Ooh, whoops.
I don't know how them biology work. Seems like a more in the middle of the field kind of experiment, you know what I mean?
Give me a second.
I should know if there had been lesser animals or something in the cathedral. Probably should have asked them.
In the cathedral? No.
I do remember when we were leaving the cathedral, at one point, you did say Evelyn was trying to coax a mouse out of a hole in the wall. You did say that.
What about a frostworm?
I mean, hey, he's a mouse.
Yeah, why don't you roll me high or low?
I will choose high.
In your current state, nothing comes to mind. But perhaps in the
Okay.
future, you could learn some lower CR forms.
I have lots of energy today. I apologize. So it's Rogue Energy's fault. I'm
All right.
sorry.
All right, party. Point me in the direction you're going.
You already know. Blake will, I guess he'll take the front of the party, marching, leading, to Dawnwood.
As Ibrahim said, he'll be masking their tracks as they go.
Okay. For you, Ibrahim, why don't you roll me a survival check?
Bruh.
Damn.
Yeah, that's okay, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, initial
You
20's
know,
fine, I
I'm feeling
suppose.
very
AC
secure.
was 30, but whatever, I guess. No, I'm
Oh.
just fucking with you. Just fucking.
God damn.
30. The DC was 30, I guess.
No big deal.
Blake is leading. How is Blake currently dressed?
I mean, he's got his armor on. And if anyone's seen it before, they know, hey, that's the adjudicating.
Okay.
One thing. Well, probably as we approach town. I'll take care of it then.
You're approaching town.
Cool. I'm going to
Happening.
take the Ayun stone and pocket it.
Gotcha.
Anyone who knows what that is, yeah, pick that out very quickly.
I need to know left gate or right gate?
Is there some noticeable difference between said gates?
Yeah.
The left gate has a little bit more buildings surrounding it. The right gate has a very prominent tower next to it.
Is it a familiar tower?
No.
Oh, no.
Nothing about what you are currently seeing looks at all familiar.
Could I roll perception to see if I notice anything particular that stands out about the left gate or in the tower?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
All
as
right,
the
let's
party is approaching the outskirts of
go. Yo, let's
Dawnwood.
go.
AC was
Damn!
35, but I guess I'll take a 25. Sure.
Today,
Yes, peering at the leftmost gate, the most prominent things you would see is that there is a smaller watchtower affixed a little bit closer to some of the more centralized buildings. And you would see adjacent to them a looming tower. This tower, however, is much different from the Raven Spire that you remember. This one has sort of beautiful crystals inlaid into the stonework. And you would see that there are numerous stained glass like depictions that rest on the outside of the tower.
Can I see what those depictions are?
With a 25, your lion eyes. Yes, they, although from here they don't make much sense. But as you get closer, they appear to be depictions of landscapes, floating continents and cities.
Alright, fair enough. Seeing maybe that might be a bit of the easier option between the two, due to the less like sheer presence of, I guess, a watchtower, or I guess a smaller watchtower. Blake will point to the left cave. I guess we should try with that one then.
Any objections, party?
Sounds about as good as any choice. Remember, travelers, Anor'lur, rest and resupply. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds like a plan.
As you approach, you can see already resting over the river that separates you from Dawnwood. You can see the tops of beautiful white buildings. You as well see the different or strange architecture that makes them sort of more combined or joined together, these buildings, with numerous tree-like protrusions that sort of connect their roofs, as well as just the beautiful tree lines that make this place up. Your last visit, everything dead and frozen. Now this place is thriving, as people are already in the process of beginning their morning routines, beginning to head to work, to excavate in the mines, to begin cutting down trees, to begin fishing. You find yourselves on the outside of Dawnwood.
Guess so. We approach. We um, but as Blake's approaching, he like will look down to his pendant, and seeing is like that's a very obvious giveaway. At least that's what he's thinking. He takes the pendant and he kind of like takes it and he tucks it away into like a back pocket, or like something that would, they could tuck it away in like a pouch on his armor.
Okay. Any final adjustments, party?
Oh gosh. Wish I could hide my
Um,
glowing self.
I don't think I have any more obvious symbols on me.
Oh boy.
Okay. You would also notice as you're approaching, though not shown on the map, there are a number of long stretching farms and smaller sort of farmsteads that are out here. Though nothing really where people live, more where people just come to work. And passing by them, you would begin to make your way to the left gate here at Dawnwood. There's no final adjustments. As you begin to approach your rather sort of sulking leader, you would hear a sharp whistle as your party would get about here. As a number of individuals currently inside of this tower sort of pause, a number of them peering over the edge towards you. And you would see that their armament at least appears to be very finely made, adorned in very, very well kept plate mail. You would see that a number of them have this very vibrant, deep blue sash that hangs over their left shoulder downwards. Helmet affixed with this vibrant blue plume that sort of pushes out through the back. A number of them lifting up their visor to sort of look at you. And you would hear one, "Just wait a moment." The visor flicked down as a number of them begin to descend the tower. What's the party doing?
guess we're waiting a moment.
Blake's waiting.
All right.
Kind of keeping an eye out.
Same.
Roll me a perception check. What are you keeping your eye out for?
Potentially, I guess, any sharp and pointy things that might be aimed at us from the tower.
Nobody has drawn any weapons on you yet, but there are about 2 other guards that have remained in the tower watching you. You
Okay.
can see one of them is sort of holding this curved horn a little closer to his chest, as if
Understood.
prepared.
Got it. And he just mutters, I have an alarm ready just in case they sense anything out of sorts.
I got him. How far away is this horn-carrying individual?
From where you are, on top of oh god, of course you'd ask. On top of the tower. Give me a second. Well within reach.
Well within reach, fair enough. There's no weapon drawing, but Talanos just kind of like lays his hand on his hip and just kind of watches.
After a moment, the 3 guards would begin to approach, having exited from the tower, and you would see their plate mail more clearly now. And you would see, at least along the sash, that the individual who is going to be speaking to you, the one who had called out to you, has a number of sort of accolades and sort of markings denoted on the sash. Some of them being sort of shield-like icons, with others being like cross swords and the like. At least compared to the other 2 guards here, this one is highly decorated. And he would approach, with the other 2 flanking at his side, and they mirror a very similar posture to Talanos. They don't have any, like, they don't look like they have any intent, but their hands are sort of resting near their scabbards. It is not often that Dawnwood is open to visitors. State your business.
We're merely just travelers. Down on our luck and looking for a resupply, maybe.
The individual gives you a look over, studying your plate mail, your halberd. Travelers. From where?
East.
He glances back to the rest of your party.
Please, I'm in desperate need of rest. Oberon says, and with that limp kind of limps over to Blake and steadies himself upon his shoulder.
Most of you, if not all of you, have hidden any prominent iconography on your person, right?
Um,
Anything that we would still have, yeah.
I can't hide my tattoos, but if I have a cloak or something, sure.
Somebody giving you a cloak?
Oh, did we have one?
I don't know if I even had one anymore.
Because I did not have mine. You took it from me.
I asked about our cloaks. There were no cloaks.
I don't even have my cape.
I don't really have any iconography left since my armor was stolen.
She's gonna be just behind Blake.
You can see the very sort of calm gesture as he looks each of you over. Members of the cloth,
I beg your pardon?
you said you come from the east.
Yes, we came from the east.
He pauses for a moment. You would see him reach his hand up, adjusting the helmet and pulling it off. This elven gentleman of long, flowing, sort of dark brown hair, uh, very sharp features, and these very vibrant, glowing green eyes. As he takes a moment to really study your expression.
I mean, Blake's got his helmet on.
The reason I'm asking for clarification is none of you bear any symbols of the cathedral.
No, we haven't been by the cathedral in a long time.
Crossing the veil has been arduous.
He raises his brow.
At least for me.
I see.
If I'm gonna be a sick old man, I'm gonna be a sick old man.
You gonna play it up?
I ask that you wait here. I need to speak with the mayor.
Who's the mayor?
Gabriel, half elven.
Huh.
He turns and begins to make his way towards the gate. He brings a hand up, a signal of which the individual on the tower blows twice into the horn. And you would watch as from this gate, a number of individuals clad in very similar armor, about 3 or 4, emerge, having opened the door and allowing him to pass through.
Did any of the militia stay with us?
Yes, the 2 individuals just currently watching you.
Ibrahim would sort of pull up to the front of the group and address them. What are your names?
One of them sort of lifts their visor up, revealing a half-orc woman. Volan. The other one lifting their visor up, you would see where there are 2 almost incredibly small sets of horns that rest along their temple, up over the brow. You would see a tiefling gentleman. Push on.
As each name is given, he bows his head respectively. Al-Malik. He lays a palm on his chest. It is a pleasure.
Roll me a deception check.
Deception check for his name?
Brother, you're lying.
Yeah, but how?
No, you got this. You got this.
It's just a name. That's so weird. All right. If I roll up to a stranger and go, I'm Joe. Like, how can he tell my
What
name
did
is not Joe?
I'll tell you, brother.
What?
Nothing, apparently.
Dance around the truth.
I thought that was meant for the god pawns.
The two of them pause for a moment, glancing to one another and then looking back. You say you're from the east?
That's right.
Where from?
Like we'll look to towards over on or not over on Ibrahim. I myself am a bit from the northeast. I was hired by them as a guard.
Hey, study you for a moment. The northeast.
Sorry.
They're barking.
You would hear one of the guards. The northeast.
Yeah, it's northeast, somewhere a bit closer to the mountains.
You would see them again look at each other, slowly lower their visors, and just kill the conversation right there.
Ibrahim shrugs.
Well, since we're stuck here for the foreseeable future, why don't you fine folk tell us how things are in this place? That beats an awkward silence any day.
We'd prefer you wait till the captain comes back.
You can't even talk.
With outsiders? No.
You've always been this closed off to outsiders.
They don't respond.
Evelyn kind of peeks out from behind Blake. What about your flora or your fauna? And she just goes blink, blink, blink.
We ask that you wait for the captain.
She just like sadly sinks like down a bit.
Thomas just rolls his eyes. He's like,
Why don't you guys roll me a perception check?
Perception.
I am
Bro.
perceptive.
God damn.
Mine eyes are looking.
Muscle eyes.
Ew.
All of you would see it. An individual sort of walking over here pauses for a moment. Their attention being drawn towards the number of guards and everything that lay nearby. You would see as well that they are clad in a sort of blend of plate mail with this sort of beautiful cloth-like material that hangs over it, sort of like a blend of like a breastplate and more aristocratic like clothing. And you would see, give me a second. You would see again very sharp features on this what appears to be human gentleman. Dark black hair that's sort of pulled back and swept to a side, and a very pointed goatee and mustache that hangs under, again, a very sharp nose. These yellow eyes peering at the party momentarily, watching all of you. And then you would see resting on their forehead a third eye, closed.
Ew.
They
Evelyn
pause for a
blinks.
moment.
Offers them a
And
wave.
seeing that wave, you would watch as they closed the book that they had open, settling it onto their side as they begin to approach behind the guards. They stop. What is the meaning of all of this? These are my guests. The two guards immediately turn around.
Ooh.
Lord Anor'lur. He lists to one side momentarily. Don't tell me you sent the captain to go speak to the mayor on matters of my guests. I invited them here.
Evelyn looks at Ibrahim. Mm-hmm. Oh no, he's
He
hot.
looks back.
Oh no.
Fuck, he's hot.
I know this man.
Row.
Oh my god, he is hot. Oh my god.
Isn't that right, friends?
I feel like if I say yes, I'm gonna have to roll deception again.
It is great
Ah.
to see you.
Clearly, as you've invited us, yes. But these folk don't even want to talk to us, can't even make small talk. Kind of rude.
My apologies, sir. After I went out to lead our friends here, seems I wasn't too recognized. Like looking down at the two guards.
Please, you know better than to call me sir. It's Anor'lur to my friends.
Of course. And then he just, sir. That's Hanoram. Sorry, sir.
Why don't you join me back at my tower? Tell the guard captain if he has any complaints, he can come there. The two guards were very hesitant for a moment, looking at each other. They slowly nod. Of course, my lord. They step aside and allow you through.
Evelyn offers a small.
You would watch as he takes a step back and the arm gestures off to the side to his tower.
We'll begin marching.
Let's go.
Anor'lur would begin to lead you towards the tower. Go ahead and move your token.
Oh, we're moving towards the tower. There we go. Look at it go. Yeah. Oh,
Little tower in.
You would see that this tower, again, beautiful in its depiction with the numerous stained glass windows that sort of decorate the outside. You would see the two entrances here with the sort of curved stairwells that lead up to them. You would note, keeping your perception checks, that around this tower you would see where there are like these almost deep fissures that follow along the foundation of the tower itself.
Is it almost like this iteration of the tower kind of came up over the old one?
Close. It looks like it might have fallen.
Mm.
Stepping inside, having opened the doors for you to be led into this sort of very beautiful white marble waiting room where there are a number of couches and chairs with that similar blue like cloth that decorates for a number of the cushions. Once everybody has stepped inside, Anorum would close the door and exhale very loudly.
We alone?
A number of my students are currently upstairs training, but they won't bother us. He walks past, beginning to make his way to the center's like winding staircase, and then stops. Looks back. Is one of you Oberon, perchance?
Evelyn
Who's
just
asking?
looks at Oberon.
One says who's asking, the other one just like crazy
Looks at-
immediately.
Oh, this person right here?
This man.
Seeing,
Oberon right here.
ignoring Blake's question, seeing Evelyn look, he goes, mm-hmm, and then begins to make his way upstairs.
There's just a look over at Evelyn, and it's just like that look when your pet does something and you can't be mad at them. That's the kind of look Evelyn gets, where it's like, you frustrate me, but I can't be mad at you.
Descending the steps, he gives having descended again, you would see that he is holding what appears to be a folded letter between his fingers.
Who's this from?
I believe you know them as Silador?
He'll move forward and take the letter from Anorum.
He doesn't relinquish it immediately, just sort of holding it as he studies your expression. Eventually, he lets go.
What kind of a was that?
He was perhaps taking in your character.
The letter is sealed, I take it?
Nope.
Nope. Oh, it's open.
It is
Fair enough.
open. Flipping it open, it is a relatively short letter as well.
Fair enough.
It says very plainly, apologies that I am not here to greet you. The moment the barrier fell, I was gone. Whoever should follow is the one who can help you. Best of luck. Silador.
And I take it you are the one who has succeeded him.
That is one way to look at it, yes. Though I had no intentions of being here. Please, sit. You all look haggard.
Ow. Evelyn crosses her arms.
Apologies. It's just what I see.
I guess it's time to sit.
I think some of this bears explanation. I don't think you would be helping strangers out of the kindness of your heart, Lord Anor'lur.
The people here have decided to dub me a lord. I am Anor'lur, Watcher of the Gods. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Does that title sound anything?
No,
Okay. That is a title.
one granted to me by my liege. Sadly, he is no longer with us.
Sorry
But that's
to hear
still
that.
No apologies or sadness needed. He picked his side.
still that doesn't answer the question. Why bother aiding us? I hardly think it is to deliver a letter.
That is about the sum of it. Some of your garb looked familiar to what was left over by Silidor. Nothing more. Although, I will say, some of you have been touched by the gods, as I can see. To those outside, they won't be able to tell. But to me, you would watch as the third eye opens.
Blech.
It's this crystal like pattern over the eye.
Steph like recoils a little bit.
I can see the presence of a god from a mile away. And some of you are very blessed. Now I'm afraid it'll do little here.
We've gathered as much. What with current ownership?
So what is it a Watcher of the Gods even does? What's her...
Figured the title was rather self explanatory. I
You
was
d-
charged by my previous liege to watch the gods in their heavenly realm.
I imagine now there's not much to see. Save
There
for
was
us.
plenty to see, but I ended up here. You don't know how, but I can surmise it came with the resurrection of Anor'lur. After all, this is where my tower was previously, before I was stationed in the Astral Sea.
It's quite a place to end up stationing it.
Closest place to watch the gods.
Did you see anything interesting while you were there?
Plenty, but I don't imagine you have a lifetime to talk about it.
What about just recently?
Recently, I've been here for the last 2 years. My powers of perception are rather limited. As for the goings and doings of the gods, I could not tell you in the last 2 years. I can tell you what happened before. The chaos that came about when this place was lifted out of the ocean, when the barrier was erected, the scramble for hands attempting to grab this place and failing. And here we are.
Guess we are here. Well, now what?
I was simply buying you some cover. Do with it what you wish.
Well, we mean to enter town. Get some rest. Figure out what we can of this place. What can you tell us about the changes in, or rather just how Dawnwood operates? Things we should
Certainly.
know as your guests.
Well, firstly, if you're going to be my guest, when you refer to me, his attention drifts towards Blake. It's Lord Anor'lur, not Sir.
Go give a nod. Yes, my lord. Still acting a bit towards the bit.
As for how it operates, I mostly stay within my town, but I can tell you some of the more prominent members. Obviously, the mayor, Gabriel Half-Elven, a rather stout hero type, a warrior, some call him. There's, of course, Lord Heartland, the lawmaster here. There's Miss Stonebane, who's in charge of our druidic circle. Anything else pique your interest?
Where did we come from?
Ah, yes. What did you tell the guards?
We came from the east.
The east? You're not dressed like you're part of the church?
We said, I told him that we hadn't been by the church in a long time.
I wouldn't pick the church anyway. Zealots and all that. And you do not look like zealots. Goldview is where you're from.
What's it like there? What did we do? What?
You're... He sort of is studying each and every one of you for a moment. Some of you are practitioners, colleagues of mine. Others are hired help.
Yeah, that'll serve just as nicely as any other story.
To put some of your worry at ease, generally just naming Goldview We'll put whatever concern they have to rest. If you leave it vague, like coming from the east, you'll arouse more suspicion.
Well, we were informed to dance around the truth.
Understood. Do so. But perhaps with a little bit of truth in it. You're
What's
from
hard?
Goldview. Some of you are my colleagues, others are hired help. If you lack any magical capabilities, of course.
Understood. Oh. Lord Heartland, Lord Wayland Heartland, correct? Serves as your lawmaster?
Correct. A rather reclusive fella.
Hmm. Keeps to himself.
I don't imagine he's able to do much else, bound to that chair that he's.
There's a brow that goes up. I see.
And God Watcher, right?
Anor'lur will suffice.
I know. Do the people here recognize gods?
He sort of purses his lips together in thought. No. At least not openly. And if they do, it's even more private.
Do they remember? They know not.
I believe it depends on the individual. Be mindful, however, wherever you come from, that open worship of any deity, aside from the God King, is extremely forbidden.
Of course. Of course.
To that end, we were warned to be wary of the god spawn.
Yes, I imagine you were. Yeah, rather cruel lot.
He kind of quirks a brow at that.
Rather sanctimonious. They believe whatever they're doing is right, purging you of your sin and dissenting from the crown. They view what they're doing as a righteous and holy thing, a crusade of sorts.
What sorts of things do they do?
The
I've heard that
favorite?
their arrival is either. I've heard that sometimes their arrival is heralded by some here.
Have you seen outside? Many people attribute this lovely place that we live in now as being part of what it is doing. They don't want things to return to the way that it was. There are laws, people follow them. There's peace, and it is upheld.
To the god spawn, what do they do?
It depends, truly. There's a hierarchy within them. Those that are actually celestials and those that have been transformed, turned against their will. Well, at first. How familiar are you with things such as planetars, devas, solas?
Ron kind of like leans back in the sofa that he's seated on at the mention of devas and other celestial beings. Just kind of seems worried.
Generally, the more powerful of them enjoy showing the light to those who would dare threaten the crown of the God King himself. To some, they view things more extreme. Stealing is met with the severing of an arm, not just a hand. Then you are to serve penance. Whatever that may mean depends on the god spawn.
So they're sentient creatures. Interesting.
Very.
Are there any names we shouldn't ask after while we're in town? It's important who to know, but it's also important who not to, I imagine.
I imagine you're familiar with the people who used to live here?
There's a nod.
Well, it would behoove you to not ask who came before Gabriel.
Understood.
What about other folk who used to be here? Arnold.
Mr. Mesa?
Hmm.
He's still here.
And his daughter.
He nods.
The innkeeper.
He raises a brow. Who?
Big minotaur fella.
You don't know his name, do you?
Well, Palnos is still being vague.
Baron,
Ah, yes, Mr. Sunkeeper. Yes, he's here. Though rather reclusive, much like Lord Heartland. Rather favors his drink nowadays.
Well, maybe we can go and visit him. What else should we be looking out for, worried about? So on.
He sort of glances down at the gauntlet that he wears for a moment. How much trouble do you intend on causing?
I don't think it's more or less about the trouble. It's just we start asking questions.
You are my visitors, my guests from Goldville. You are here to help me with a breakthrough. I've recently discovered some spell of some sort, and you're here to assist me. You're staying until we are finished. That should afford you as much time as you need.
the name Arnold, Rhea, sounds familiar at all?
I already asked about him. He said they were here.
He nods, and his attention drifts off to a wall again.
And what about Ellen, the one who ran the magic item shop?
Ah, Miss Kadan. Yes. Her and I have been working hand in hand with some recent projects.
And the custodian?
Who?
Like he's like, oh, let's it was like a large pot man.
He pauses for a moment, bringing his hand up to sort of run it along his jaw. Evelyn, roll me a perception or investigation. $17. You would see as he is sort of touching along his features, they bear a striking resemblance to the features of a man born in the first age.
Evelyn tilts her head.
Ah. You speak of the Sentinel. It's rather quiet and has been for quite some time, I believe. You'll find it somewhere in the mines. Doesn't move.
He might still be waiting there for us.
Where did you say you were born again?
He raises a brow. I never said I was born anywhere.
But if you had, how would you answer?
I remember a time long ago when there was no sun, and only the light of Thorlin was present. I remember a time when the great capitals were being built, and man took its first steps. He smiles.
Evelyn's lips kind of part, as if her jaw's gonna drop.
He's sort of eyeing you up and down for a moment, taking in your appearance now, studying the various scars and marks that mar your features, but says nothing.
But how did you get here? Sorry. She realized she just like blurted it out.
He smiles again. I fell from the heavens. Is there anything else?
Is he like overly gorgeous? Like he might have been carved from a stone?
Definitely looks that way.
Interesting.
That still begs the question, why go through all of this to help us, knowing what you can see?
He gives a shrug. I don't very much care for the God King, if that's what you're asking. I'm not able to leave. And I figure 6 figures touched by the gods in some way are probably going to make a mess of things. I imagine I should offer some help.
So why don't you care for him? Because you're stuck here, or
No. I knew him when he was just a king. Before he became the Wizard King. Before he became the Master of Enchantment, and before he waged a war against the gods. He's lackluster at best.
well, why do you say that? You have my attention.
He's always been rather short-sighted. Rather eager. And my liege did not speak so highly of him.
Who is your liege?
This, he smiles wide again. Esdras, the first of his name. Sovereign ruler of Valind in the infinite deep. Protector of the realm and defender of humanity. Master of the arcane art and abjuration. He is the fearless king, my liege. The Wizard King Esdras.
And
So-
you, his spy.
He smiles. For a time I was, yes.
So the Wizard Kings ain't all that close after all.
Some did show remorse after what happened. Esdras was one of them. But he was bound by oath to follow his brothers to the end, much as he despised the whole ordeal.
Is he looking to undermine Wizard King in here, or
Esdras is long since passed.
so how do you still serve him if he's dead?
The man is dead, but the idea isn't.
The smile faltered for just a moment, showing the briefest hint of sadness before relaxing. Just as your friend said.
Hmm. Well, seems like you two were very close, so if that's the case, then condolences.
They appreciate it.
You know of the whole ordeal that elevated the Wizard Kings.
I bore
Do you
witness to it.
At this, Evelyn gasps. Like, she was like, I knew it.
You were there?
I was my liege's confidant. He expressed a great many secrets to me. And when we arrived, he had me wait. Though curiosity, of course, got the better of me. And I saw what transpired.
Usurpation.
A revolting act.
Upstarts. All of them.
Monsters.
Though, prior to that, did he mention communing with anything?
Not him, no. But the others. A figure that did not give its name. A figure that bore great ill intent against the goddess of magic.
I guess I know others probably have a lot of questions, and then you're helping us out, which is greatly appreciated. But I have to ask the hard one. How is it possible, actually, to get in touch with other gods somehow?
He gives you a very small shrug. I can think of a number of ways, but if you wish to reach them through your own means, you'll be very hard pressed. Any presence of the gods except for you six has been all but eradicated, if not outwardly destroyed, by the God King. Temples, shrines, cathedrals.
These 2 years, they must have been some kind of vile and continuous irony, living in the realm of a wizard king that by all accounts is contrary to your master's ways. What have you done in service of his purpose this whole time?
In service to my liege? Or in service to the God King?
To your former master?
For a while, I've not been able to ascertain any movements of the gods. But he smiles briefly. With you six, that might be possible.
So what do you think we should do first?
Oh, that I have no idea. I need to do research on my end. Figure out, perhaps, some loose pieces and see if I cannot start putting them together. But you six? I imagine some people in town need help. And what better way to earn some much needed coin and he looks all of you up and down, new equipment, than to help those in need? That
That's
is
fine.
what you do, right?
Not only that, but to gain some trust.
In this town, that'll go a very long way. Others you'll be very hard pressed. Many of them are already too deeply sworn to the God King, but here, there are pockets of resistance.
What are... So we can't just plan on doing a full-scale rebellion and liberation without heavy reprisal, can we?
Right now, a God-spawned Solar will appear, more than likely, in about half a day, and put the torch to this place, if they even so much as get a hint of rebellion. If this is the lone bastion.
How long have you lasted? 2 years, you said, without the God King knowing. How?
Oh, he knows.
He's aware that you're here,
He knew the moment I fell out of the sky.
and he knows that he does not possess absolute sway over you, yet he allows you to remain.
He smiled. I'm a very good liar. And I feigned reverence and worship and piety and the like. He waves his hand dismissively at the gesture. It appeared to appease his ego.
What is it? You stoked his infinite self-importance, and he let you be?
He knew that I was in service to my liege. And if I would forsake that and swear allegiance to him, well, I imagine that did more than just stoke his ego. Esdras and him did not get along.
That must
So,
have been difficult for you.
it's not the first time I've had to swallow my pride, nor would it be the last.
How much sway does he possess over this land? How much does he know? How much can he survey?
He pauses, looking you up and down for a moment, smiling. You might be a little too eager. He holds considerable sway. Again, many of the people who live in Anor'lur like it here. He's brought peace, tranquility. There is no suffering. There is food in abundance. People do not want for anything.
Ibrahim holds up his palm. I meant his scrutiny over the land. How much can he see?
From my understanding, if at all, whenever he wishes, he can peer through the eyes of any of his godspawn. As well, the divine capital serves as a rather large beacon, allowing him to survey the land however he wishes. Though it's often denoted by the presence of a small sun above the capital. There hasn't been seen one, however, the last 3 months. His attention appears to be elsewhere. For what reason, I do not know, and it is rather alarming. That's what I've been attempting to figure out.
Maybe to our benefit. If we can just remain out of the eye of his godspawn, he'll never know our deeds.
Harder said than done. It's not just devas and planetars and solars that are in service as godspawn. There are a great many devils in service to him.
Evelyn shudders.
Many of the beasts have been warped by his magic.
And so we must avoid notoriety at all costs.
It would be in your best interest, for now, at least, to perhaps build yourself some modicum of a reputation and go from there.
This feels all too familiar.
Far too familiar.
I can assure you. History repeats itself quite frequently.
He's starting to miss the elf that ran this tower.
What about these godspawn? They have any weaknesses? They have any way to be dealt with? We're gonna have to deal with them eventually.
Have you ever fought an angel before?
I don't believe so.
We did, and he killed us. Often.
Well,
Brutally.
that was not really the same.
He seemed angelic to me.
That was more of a shadow of what he used to be, like a husk.
Oh, it gets worse.
I've never known an angel to possess a weakness. In fact, they possess more strengths than faults. They're incredibly strong, incredibly wise. To fight one is a challenge, to put it lightly. In your current state, I could see perhaps you felling a deva at full strength, but a solar? You'll be cut down before you can even blink.
But there are ways.
If you're hard-headed enough, perhaps. I've never known anybody to fail a solar, however. Except for maybe celestial killers back during the war.
What made them so special?
Imbued with the power of the God Kings. Though I doubt if any remain.
But
What about you?
They had methods. They had ways of dealing with them specifically. It wasn't just brute force, was it?
It was whatever was imbued in them. I was never around for the creation of those monstrosities. But they possess something. Anti-magic, some sort of field, some ability to turn radiant into something else.
Hmm.
Why did you call them monstrosities?
Because they were. They were unnatural.
Unnatural?
He nods. Metal and wood warped in the shape of a man. Walked upright like men.
Ibrahim sort of fixes him with this prying eye. Would he know what he's speaking of? Would he know that he's talking about Warforged?
You could try to roll me a history check.
I will do my best. Given his exposure to relics of the past in Suna, he may have seen, like, dead automata, in a sense, you know? Half-buried corpses and things like that.
You'd have maybe heard stories from other relic hunters of finding like the upper half of these strange metallic men. But as none were ever seen in the cove, they were often just passed as fables or drunken revelry.
I think I remember something like that. Heard stories from much older relic hunters about golems made of metal and old ancient wood. Given life, and once their purpose was fulfilled, they fell away. Their individuality, their soul, fading, falling into a state of inertia. Never saw one myself.
Many of them were destroyed during the war. They were a lot of the frontline fighters, alongside a number of the other smaller factions in service. I remember Belavar's Cinder Spears, or Bright Wizards, fighting alongside those machines.
Is it true that their bodies host a soul? Or was it made?
He gives you a very half-hearted shrug. I never cared for them, nor did I ever get close enough to really examine one.
I wonder if perhaps some of their traits yet remain in our good sentinel friend. He may be key to all this.
A smile forms on his face. Do let me know if that's the case. I'd be very interested to learn.
Yeah.
Evelyn?
After studying him for some time, did I recognize him?
Recognize him?
Mm-hmm.
Rec. High or low?
Hi.
Studying him for several long moments now during this conversation, watching him you'll find out when we come back from the break.
Come on.
Meet back. Well, Be back at the top of the hour.
Can you believe this guy?
Do I believe the Crown DM who has done this many, many times before to us multiple times? Yes.
What? No. What? No. No, no, no. Obviously.
You're back.
Obviously.
Obviously. Mm. I attack. Roll initiative.
Who are you attacking? The DM?
Especially him. Luckily, he has like -20 as initiative because he's a limpy bitch. I'm gonna find him. Herbs.
It is so quiet. The silence is deafening. I'm good, Grothmar. How are you?
I'm sorry, are there questions being asked?
No, no questions.
Okay, okay.
I see you, Z-Wolf. Oh, that guy? Yeah, one of the biggest nerds I know. Get out of here, Itis. Not today, Grothmar. It's every other Sunday that I do. My games are ran bi-weekly, just 'cause, yeah, we decided to be adults with adult lives, so it just works out better that we're bi-weekly. Who are we leaving alone, Zebus? Oh, no, never. Sorry. Has anyone got any Halloween plans? Not for the evening, though my work is having a big party tomorrow, so we'll be doing that.
I'm back.
Pulse.
Got any plans for Halloween? Yeah. All the lads are over. Well, almost all the lads. We got Shizzle and Rozzy. And some other folks are gonna be showing up for Halloween. Hello, Grothmar. I think she's vibing with Uzu upstairs. Are we gonna do a Halloween special? I don't have anything planned, I'm afraid.
Yeah, DM. Are we gonna do a D&D Halloween special?
I don't have anything planned.
Stop improvising. Come on, man. Just make it up as you go.
I love Anor'lur. It kind of reminds me of a place in Final Fantasy 14. Good.
I mean, I do be liking the Final Fantasy 14 vibes that are going on right now.
Oh yeah, same.
Where are the bunny women at?
She's
And
sleeping
men.
right now.
No, not that one. The other ones.
Ask around.
We're the cat boys.
Ask around.
Where are they, GM? I'm asking you. Oh my god.
Oh, give them the culinarian prime.
No.
We'll beat Culinarian Prime. It's easy.
We ended up in a vat of oil.
Yeah, we could fight the dragon again, Grothmar, but like, why? How about not that?
Don't know if you have access to, but Founder Dev has an upcoming module, A House Divided. Yes, Krymic. We've been reached out to. They want to sponsor us to do that adventure.
Yo.
So it is currently in the works. Yes, Sizzle is memeing in the background right now.
Yeah, you could say that. In that right, Sizzle. Yep, Sizzle's right there, just across from me. We gaze into each other's eyes as ARP. I'm pretending he's the character.
A question for the house peeps. How's everyone enjoyed their time with the bun? I assume she's having fun with you when you're all not busy. Yeah, she's been a lot of fun to hang out with. She's very funny. To the party, how do you like your new world?
Oh boy. It's all perfect. I can't wait to fuck it up.
Too perfect. Makes me uncomfy.
You're never comfortable. I give you a perfect world, you're uncomfortable. I give you an idyllic world, you're uncomfortable. I give you shadow and darkness, you're uncomfortable. I can't win. Dungeon Masters stay losing. The session feels a lot like an episode of Andor. Oh, that's the new Star Wars show, right? I have not watched it. How does the party feel about the new Frostwood? Speaking of party, where the hell is the rest of the party at?
Merc.
I don't know.
Momo. Ibrahim. Those doofuses.
I have a message to relay. I have a message to relay. I'm not lying. Word for word. Word for word. She said, suck my dick.
I'll
Like,
remember that.
I'm just the messenger, okay?
Why would you be a messenger and tell them the fucking break's over?
All right, hey, the break's over. I mean, that's a good point. Look, DM, I'm just the messenger.
You about to die.
I'm just the messenger, please. You can't do this.
Correct, Zebus. I
Says
always shoot
he's
the
sorry,
messenger.
guys. He's just hungry.
Should have been spent all that time cooking food instead of talking.
Priorities, okay?
Leave him alone. We're just doing our best to make it in this crazy world you've made.
Yeah, I remember. Motherfucker. The party. Man, I love playing D&D. Also the party. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the longest break fucking imaginable. The plan is murder, Jacob.
Look, most of us is here.
And I brought you murder.
Judas, no.
Not at all, Mega. Not at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
My group talks about nonsense for most of the sessions. So we sometimes get nothing done for hours.
What do you mean? We get stuff done. We get stuff done. So. Look, there she is. She's back.
Sorry, I had to make some food. But most of the break I was cuddling with Uzu, so I apologize. It's too cute, I can't help it, I'm sorry.
Welcome back. Is everybody back?
I think so.
DM, I have a little something to tell you. Not everyone's back.
Is that motherfucker still up there? Tell his ass to get downstairs. He's late.
What are you talking about?
Our beloved Ibrahim.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Our
What's he
beloved
doing?
Ibrahim. Making food.
Go get him. Go get him. Oh.
Oh look.
Get who?
You.
Oh cool, now that you're back, we could start.
From where?
Perfect. With everybody back. How much did Evelyn leave the Grove, if at all?
Quite interested in all fauna that was around, and probably would have followed them out of the grove if need be, or would have wanted to be appointed to go and check in on fauna outside the grove.
Give me 1 second. Just double checking some things in my notes. Hold on.
That's okay. I'm eating a green bean.
Apologies. Give me one more moment. I have a lot to sift through.
That's okay.
No, go ahead, DM. He's just furiously looking through his notes. Where?
I am rapidly searching through my personal Discord that contains all of my DM notes.
Make a book. Just put it all in a book. There you go.
Put it all in a book, he says.
Put it all in a book. Yeah, like that one guy.
I'm going to put you in a book.
I mean, that'd be kind of cool. Would it be a bestseller? I don't know, probably not, but like, still. Could be, could be.
That's one way to dress his writing.
Dude, that'd be such an easy way to write a book. Just run a D&D campaign and each week, like, write a new chapter about what they did.
Yeah. Yeah, no, really, that. Yeah. All right. Hear me
November is
out.
like right there, guys.
You'd have to
I've-
embellish it a bit, though.
I've honestly thought about doing that with my Friday campaign. It's been going on for 2 years. I've debated doing that. Working with one of my players on it.
Mm.
Searching through my notes. Would she have ever gone to the high seat where the gods convened?
Would Chilier have gone?
At some point, yeah.
Did any of them harbor interesting animals?
What do you mean?
Like, created or otherwise? Perhaps altered?
Are you asking if the gods did, or
Like those attending the seat.
ah?
Like how Evelyn is very interested in Rook. She rather likes him.
You'd have seen the creation of other entities. Probably other effigies brought by your father. Let's see.
Definitely would have gone if her father went. And if any of them harbored any kind of new spawn, I guess. Or rooks.
Making me miss my bird.
Oh god, what if he was the electric bird?
Go ahead and
I'm willing to
roll
use some
me.
knowledge of a past life if you want.
Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Ooh, I'm good at that.
It's hard to recall in its full detail. Some of the images are very hazy. But somewhere in a memory, you feel like you can put his face there. That you've seen Anor'lur at the high seat.
Hmm. After probably like an uncomfortable like amount of time she's been looking at him, just unblinking. If no one else says anything. Or has intention to.
Anor'lur is looking around to the rest of the party, seeing if there are any other questions.
Not from me.
I'm more so just kind of absorbing this.
Yeah, pretty much what just taking it all in.
You have your answer.
She would kind of look onward for a moment. I remember you.
He gives a very subtle turn of his head, brow raised. As if waiting for you to elaborate.
At the seat.
Where before there had been this very casual demeanor, his expression hardens for the first time, showing some serious emotion. His brows knit together. When?
In this memory, is there a specific thing that was being spoken about or conversed about?
High or low?
Hi, please.
It's hard to make out the details in its entirety. But you remember dwarves were present in great number.
The dwarves were there. A great many of them. And there you sat. Alongside him.
His arms cross, this momentary look of being uncomfortable as he settles his attention on you. It's not often I get to talk about the old days. A brief smile sort of crosses his lips. When the Aranor sung into life Illyria and Altaria, if you saw me at the siege, at Altir, I'm afraid I don't remember you.
Hmm.
There's only one day in history I can remember when dwarves gathered at the high seat. For their courage and for their valor, they were granted the third star, plucked by the sky by the Allfather, and given unto them and their kind.
That's right.
He gives you a very studious expression for a moment, taking in your features. You bear many marks, scars.
Fortunately so.
My apologies that your effigy was marred in such a way.
Hmm.
Pursing his lips together, you can see him beginning to think, these ideas floating through his mind. I have a number of matters to tend to. Is there anything else I can help you with? Any other questions you may have?
Hmm. Not currently. At least for me.
I'm sure if we have any others, we will be in touch, colleague.
Hmm.
A weak smile takes his lips as he gives a nod.
Oh, curious.
Take whatever time you need. I imagine some of my students will be down to begin their practice. And once you leave this place, I imagine you'll have to explain the story I gave you to the guard captain and a number of the other guards. Best of luck.
Thank you again. You could have let us drown out there.
He opens his mouth to start and stops, taking a moment again to sort of eye you from head to toe before giving a very small nod. Until next time. He begins to make his way towards the spiral staircase.
The Evelyn would look at everybody, assessing their thoughts, their face expressions.
The expression on Zeph's face is one of caution that kind of gives way to a small amount of trust, but a lot of wary.
There's kind of a heavy sigh as Anor'lur makes his way out of, view and earshot.
Tanos is just kind of like eager to leave to get into town.
Oh no, you go ahead.
Ibrahim's just staring emptily at a wall, his mouth slowly screwing up a bit, thoughtfully.
Is Evelyn just like reading expressions, or is she reading minds too?
Huh. Huh.
Because
Not, she's not detect thoughts right now.
okay, well, Blake still wearing his helmet, though with no expression. You can see from his body language that he looks tense. He looks on guard.
Well, shall we
And
go?
sort of we may as well. We at least know there are a couple of familiar names that we can investigate.
Yes, all of your friends, right?
Some, yes.
The ones from before.
A few of them seem to remain in more or less the condition we left them.
It would be okay with everyone else. I'd like to go see Waylon.
I figured he was on the list.
Arnold and Rhea are on mine.
I didn't know anyone, so I would be glad to go see them.
Those druid folk, maybe.
Well, if they are druids here.
He mentioned something about the grove, and that name seemed familiar from the last time.
Druids here, I highly doubt, still worship my father.
Maybe not out loud,
You think?
but again, it's better to dance around the subject until you're sure.
Well, the moment that they if they remember at all. The moment they seem, she kind of just gestures to herself, like her tattoos. Unless we can find a way to hide them, but I don't know if I'm comfortable hiding them.
It might be a necessary evil for now.
Fine. Right.
I don't want to draw the attention of anything that might hunt us or purge the town.
True.
We have to see what we can do here first, apparently. Starting over.
Exactly.
So we'll need to start.
First things first, we have to get in that gate.
Well, it seems like we've gotten in, so we might as well use it.
Exactly. But let's also not rely on Lord Anor'lur's kindness too heavily beyond that, if we can. I wouldn't want to give him reason to have to play up his role as loyal servant to Vordair if we make too much trouble.
Mm. Right.
Other than that, this all feels awfully familiar.
Mhm.
Sorry, did you say something, Ibrahim?
He hummed in agreement.
Well, I suppose we should get going then.
Let's be about it.
Sooner the better.
All right, party, where are you going?
I guess try to get into town now.
Okay. Stepping out from Anor'lur's sanctum, you would see that the two guards who had previously been sort of stationed near you and waiting for the guard captain to return are sort of already outside waiting. And as you all descend down the steps, you would see that the guard captain is present as well, holding a number of, again, holding in his hands a number of sort of furled scrolls, about 6 in total.
Hello again. She says, peeking around Blake.
Well met. We were unaware of your affiliation with Lord Anor'lur. As such, the mayor has granted you temporary passage, and for as long as Lord Anor'lur needs you, residence here in Dawnwood. He holds out the scrolls.
Oh,
That is much appreciated.
Next time, I wish that you would be more forthright in telling me your business here.
Well, we were just a little unsure of how forthright Lord Anor'lur was with his with what we're helping him with. That is all.
That visored helmet gives a nod, and he holds out the scrolls for everybody to take.
What are these?
You asking in character or out of character?
Out of character, like looking at the scroll, opening it.
Opening it, it is just basically a seal of passage. For as long as you bear this seal, you are allowed in and out of Dawnwood. A temporary visa. It allows you to access the shops, stay at the inns, things like that.
All right, one scroll.
Like we'll take on scrolls and like look over it for a moment, just like really scrutinizing the details of it, making like reading over everything and stuff like that.
By all means. What languages do you speak?
He speaks Celestial, Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
It is written in Celestial.
I see. All right. Yeah, he can easily just read it, recognizing the the script, and once again just scrutinizing it for all the details that it has, like just to have a complete understanding of whatever it is they have there.
Give me a moment and I'll have that item in your inventory. Is there anything else you guys are doing?
Don't think we want to linger here much longer than we have to.
Yeah, I suppose just head on in.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Pretty much.
Someone move us in. Come on.
You're leading, brother man.
I knew it's not this time.
Everyone would lead, I guess.
Sure.
Do it.
Do it.
Bing. Bing. We're walking through the grass. Bing. Okay. Apparently we're not.
Where are we going?
Somebody moved it.
We're going into town.
What the hell are
right?
y'all doing?
Someone keeps moving it when I try to move it.
Watching you guys flail around in the grass. The guards are just like, please stop.
Just starts
Just
rolling.
walking through the grass, that's all.
Passing through the wide, like double gates or double doors that are there, allows you to pass over this long wooden and stone bridge of which the river runs under. You would see that there are a number of guards sort of just stationed there at small checkpoints within this gate or within this gatehouse. And eventually, as you make your way through, the double doors at the other end open, revealing the interior of Dawnwood and a number of the of people that are already going about their business. Some stop looking at you as you walk across the white stone pavement that's here. Some giving you very curious looks, others paying you but a cursory glance and then going about their business. All right, party. Inside of Dawnwood with your seals of passage, what are y'all doing?
Abner would look back at either Ibrahim or Oberon and ask, "Oh, where did you want to check first?"
Well, we have the Heartland Manor, as well as the Macer's Forge.
And the Sentinel. Though I'm not very keen about going back to the mines. He like glances over at Talonhooks.
Wasn't really on my list. Just seeing Arnold again would be enough for me at this point.
I wouldn't mind finding the Sentinel. Someone woke us up. Why shouldn't we awake him as well?
Everyone smiles at that.
I think that might be more prudent until after we've spoken with Ellen. It would seem strange if some strangers unbidden walked into the mines and somehow activated a golem sleeping for the last 2 years, don't you think? Completely unprompted?
He gives a mild shrug of shoulders. You said it yourself, it's been 2 years. And he hasn't moved. If we were to walk in there with our little scrolls and make him move, it may lend us some credence. At least as for our stay here. I have a feeling that the moment we come into view with any familiar face, things will be set in motion, in a sense. We have our freedom still. Could go look.
Well, I would follow any of you. Or take you there, should you wish. Zafina and I did not know these people like you did. Perhaps we could be the face as we reintroduce ourselves. Perhaps there will be a little less to recognize. At least while we try to figure out if their mind is theirs, she whispers to them.
We would just need a direction.
Right.
Who
That was
gets
just
there
my
first?
opinion.
Well, it does sound like a good idea for you two for now to be the face of the party. All things considered. Oh, I do think that we should find ourselves finding a familiar face in this town first. Either Baron, Waylon, Arnold, someone.
Who would we like to see first?
If I remember correctly, the Hunter's Meat Hall shouldn't be too far from here, unless it's changed.
I am fine with giving you my boat, Blake. Any choice is right so long as it is willed.
Evelyn agrees.
All right, then. Let's go find Baron.
Where are you heading, party?
Baron's crib.
Take us to the Hunter's Meat Hall, or at least where we last remember it being.
It was
A
right
lot of
here, wasn't it?
these. A lot of these buildings don't even look remotely close to how they used to look. Do you have a vague idea?
I thought it was right here.
I was like, what? Yeah, like right there.
If you pinged, I couldn't see it.
Really?
Oh, there?
Yeah. One of these two.
I
I
think
feel like it was one of these two.
Momo pinged this though.
I thought it
There.
was right there because I
Yeah.
Was it
remember
though?
us.
Because I think it was close by the Tarth statue.
Oh, yeah, you're
Or-
right. Because that was the other bridge. I
I
forgot.
thought it was like right around this area because we had to wander up that street
Yeah.
to fix the
To fix the meat
building.
hall?
Yeah.
All unfamiliar and new to me.
Well, drag yourself over, see what's there now.
Yeah,
And this that looks like a statue. Uh-oh.
we don't know that.
Okay, face of the party. Take us there.
With Zafina in tow.
Yes.
What do we see as we round this corner and look at these various different places?
Are you looking down the street?
Oh, she's looking at everything. The trees, electric birds, maybe. Who knows?
Looking around, you would approach a very large 3-story building with this sort of beautiful fencing around the edges, this sort of courtyard like interior with a number of benches and tables out here. You would see that some folks are already in the process of enjoying themselves a very lovely breakfast. And as you sort of glance around and see the trees that stand tall, sort of alive and well compared to their dead, rotted state as they were previously, and continue to glance around, you would see the statue in the center of the road.
Everyone
A
would kind of
figure.
tap the shoulders of them and direct them to look that way.
Why don't you all roll me a perception check?
Okay.
No.
You say no and then get to see it so clearly, Blake.
Yeah, right? Like,
Everybody but Oberon, who's limping and hobbling around as an old
he's
man.
he's a sick man.
All of you would see some familiarity in the statue, but it is completely different.
So the posture is the same, but the figure itself is not.
The face is the same, but a lot of the details added to this are very different. You'll have to get closer to make out more of them.
You're telling me 23 won't tell me those details?
Not from here.
That's very scary.
Yeah, Blake will get closer. He'll get closer.
Okay. Who's following Blake?
Zeph will follow.
Yeah, everyone's like, hey, where are you going?
Ibrahim won't.
The party
If-
splits.
I was gonna say if Ibrahim is not going, then Zeph will hang back.
Yeah, the moment he noticed a slight difference, he just looked at the ground instead.
Approaching Blake and Evelyn, you would see a very angelic version of Tarth. These beautiful carved wings that emerge from his back, his head wreathed with a halo, his great sword sort of depicting it burning, and you would see that the placard along the bottom is Tarth Draco, vaunted hero of the God King.
Legal, like, just for a moment, he's just inspecting and scrutinizing the statue, noting all the different details, and then upon reading the placard, just absolutely his body tenses up even more. His hand kind of balls into a fist. You can't see his face, but like he almost shakes a bit with like anger, almost his armor kind of clanking a bit. Like he seems furious.
How long do you stare for?
He's not staring for long before he turns back and he storms away back towards the party.
You can see that there are some passerbys, some people outside their homes, sort of watching you curiously. But as you make your way from the statue, they just continue to go about their business.
And once he gets back to the party, he's he's silent. I'm sorry, the dog. The dog is furious too.
Ibrahim sort of meets Blake's and Evelyn's approach, looking at them. And there's something in his bright red eyes, a sadness, when he thinks about how they changed the statue and the memory of Tart. They roll down to the ground again, and almost subconsciously he looks to Safina with this empty look.
He'd extend a hand and just place it on his shoulder and just lightly squeeze and then pat it.
Go find Farron.
Approaching the Hunter's Mead Hall as a party once more. You ascend the small set of steps on the outside and push the double doors open. Inside is this lavish interior, very much mirroring in some ways the previous interior with that sort of central burning pit, with other animal heads adorning the walls, and the bar at the far end. You would see that some of the tables already have occupants who are enjoying a breakfast. But you would see that at the far end is a human fellow.
A human fellow behind the counter.
Correct.
Yeah, staring across, frowning hard. Ibrahim studies this figure and then squares up to the counter itself. Is Farron here? He'd ask.
The figure who is in the process of sort of dealing with some of the other patrons sat at the bar glances up to look at you, though gives a very curious look, not recognizing any of you. I'm afraid Farron is resting.
Just a slight tilt of the head. The kind inducive to further explanation.
Though your expression asks for one, he does not give it. Sort of hoping that that answer is sufficient.
Ibrahim raises his red eyes, hooted by how creased his eyelids are, to meet him more forthrightly. Where is he?
Glancing back over his shoulder for a moment, then looking back. In his room. Who, might I ask, is calling for him? I don't recognize any of your faces.
We're friends of his.
There's a very doubtful look on his face. No disrespect, stranger, but the Farron doesn't have any friends.
This.
Well, after you.
Actually, no, go ahead.
Well, from Goldview, I'm afraid it's been quite some time. Is he unwell?
There's a very, very guarded nod, but an eventual one. Yes, he's been in a stupor.
No.
Maybe all the more reason some old friends might help him.
The man sort of purses his lips together in thought. Roll me a persuasion check.
Holy
It's 31,
fraggle
okay?
rock!
Nope, I'm afraid 35 was a DC. Real
God
shame.
damn it, no.
In fact, you're kicked out of town. The barkeep sort of muses on this idea. Slowly nods. I'll go see if he's well. And let him know he has some friends.
If you're saying he's
Thank you.
some kind of torpor, how will he answer you?
Slurred, more than likely.
Then let us come with you. Let us say so ourselves.
All right. He calls out for another individual from the back who is currently cooking, and informs them of needing to watch the bar. They nod, and he begins to lead you upstairs.
Yeah, Ibrahim follows with a self-conscious sort of enthusiasm, rendering his movement sort of ungainly as he follows along.
His pace is rather slow. You can definitely tell that there is some very obvious hesitation as he leads you higher, now ascending another set of stairs to the third floor. Of which, as you get to the third floor, there's this very prominent stale air that's here, that lingering the scent of booze now permeating this place as if stained by it. And as he draws closer to a door, the smell gets stronger. He would pause for a moment, glancing back to all of you, giving you this sort of final look before he pauses, pressing his ear to the door, and then you would hear this loud groan from inside. I'm sorry to wake you, Mr. Sunkeeper, but you have some guests from Goldview? The groaning continues again. I don't really know if this is a good idea.
Just trust us.
They say they know you, Mr. Sunkeeper. After a moment, there's this long pause, and you would eventually hear the clattering of bottles, heavy footfalls, this sort of scraping sound. Eventually, the door would swing open, and with it, a wave of that noxious smell of just fermenting booze.
Zeph's nose would wrinkle a little.
Haggard, one side of his face, that very prominent salt and pepper beard, now pressed firmly to one side, deep bags underneath his eyes, and it almost looks as if his features are sagged somewhat. A very hungover, very still drunk Farron Sunkeeper. And as he opens his mouth, he pauses for a moment, looking at all of you. You see that subtle sway in his movements. Closes the door.
Ever the charmer.
In spite of the smell that besets the hallway, the density of humidity and alcoholic sourness in the air, Ibrahim is like a pillar of concrete, revar inlaid, unmoved and staring at Farron until the door is closed again. And once it is, he exchanges glances with his human bartender as he leans forward and knocks twice, banging with a closed fist.
The retreating footsteps stop. Whatever you are, whatever the hells you're pretending to be, I don't need it. So do me a favor and fuck off.
Rude. Oh, you don't mean that.
This barkeep looks very perplexed.
It's been some time.
He brings his hands up. He'll call for me if he needs me.
Go ahead.
Begins to make his way downstairs.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Zeph would then, after the barkeep disappears from view, she would just kind of jut her head towards the door, looking to Ibrahim and Talanos, like, shall we?
Yep. Let's get that door open and sober him up somehow.
I imagine the door is locked.
Nope.
It's not.
Oh,
Not at all. trying the handle, it opens up.
Yeah, when he does indeed try the handle, Ibrahim will slightly step in with a sense of trepidation running down his spine, his torso tilted slightly back, so be wearing some kind of blow.
Stepping in, you would see that the room is almost pitch black, save for some stray sort of rays of light that have managed to peek beyond these blackout curtains that are in here. And that faint illumination is enough to reveal just how many bottles line tables and cabinets and shelves. There is a very clear tracked path between the door and the bed and the bathroom.
Ugh. It's like a rat crawled into this hole, got drunk, and died.
Roll me a dex save.
All right.
Easily, the bottle shattering at the side. You easily avoid it.
Could I catch it, actually?
With a 29, sure.
Yeah. In fact, who would have walked in behind Ibrahim?
Probably tell.
Yeah,
save
so
me
he,
from getting bottled.
yes, him stepping to the side, he catches it mere inches from Talanos' face and gives it a turn to see the label.
It is some just generic
Rot
like
gut.
hooch. Yeah.
Fucking bathtub moonshine.
You can see, having thrown that one, he's already in the process of drinking from another one.
Just stop acting like a damn fool.
He doesn't acknowledge you. He very audible chugging and then pulls it away. This spray of booze that lines his chin, dripping into his beard and onto his chest and the floor.
God damn. I mean, I've been there, but not quite. Well, actually, still, it is us. I imagine that we feel being stuck in a hole for 2 years.
Whatever you're selling, I don't want it.
Well, luckily,
Whatever, stop. Whatever the hell you're here to tell me, I don't care.
Why?
Why should I?
Why shouldn't you?
Look around.
And you're just happy to sit there on your ass and do nothing about it?
What the hell you want me to do, Ghost? You're the one that went and died.
Well, okay. Once, a long time ago, but we ain't talking about that. Why don't you come up and, feel us out? You think we're ghosts? Man, how much have you been drinking? Holy shit. A lot. Can one of Zafina, Evelyn, can you sober him up and do some magical nonsense?
Hmm.
You don't need magic to sober up a man.
You put hands on me, I will put them back.
That would be a very quick way to figure out we're not ghosts.
Yeah.
I
Oh shit.
could try something. If he'd be willing.
Well, I ain't. So whatever you're here for, servants or whatnot, you should go fucking bother somebody else.
Man,
Yeah.
I thought that you were gonna be like the guy. But you're kind of like a big ass disappointment. Maybe we'll go talk to Arnold. I know he's probably still got some spine.
Maybe you
Gee,
fucking should. Go
maybe
bother
I
somebody
should.
else.
And I'm gonna tell him what a piece of crap you are right now, and he's just gonna be like, "Yeah, figures."
He waves dismissively.
Will you both stop it?
Not my fault. I like the guy, and seeing him like this is just like gross.
It's been
He's
a
already
long
in the gutter.
time, Thalanos.
What?
It's been a long time, Talanos.
Yeah, it has been. And of all the people, I would have figured Farron, freaking Minotaur monk, probably one of the strongest people I've ever seen in this place, would have at least some spring in his step, but this is
He
nonsense.
slams his fist onto a table. Well, you thought wrong. You understand? You thought wrong. Go
What
bother somebody else.
what would it take? Like, think good and hard.
You leaving me the hell alone.
Huh. Guess we'll just have to keep coming back and annoying the shit out of you until you wise up.
Would you give us the chance to show you we are not ghosts? Just this once.
You know, Missy, I don't care if you are or not.
Why? Why don't you care?
Look around. In case you haven't realized, wandering in here, shit ain't the same.
Oh no, we saw.
I imagine you did. I imagine you wandered through and saw all the happy people, all them living their lives. You know what you didn't see, though? Were the 2 years of agony, hoping and praying that didn't do squat. But suddenly here you are, here to make everything right. Right?
No.
He grunts, reaching for another bottle.
Evelyn would attempt to lay a very ginger hand on his wrist.
Almost instinctually, he pulls it away, looking down at you.
You gave them a chance once before. Right?
You know what it's like having to sit here and watch every day as them winged freaks come down, take another. You can't do nothing. To watch how they kill your friends. And if you so much as even make a peep, you're next. Or how they cripple them, break their spirits, drive them into the dirt. That's what I seen. 2 years.
She kind of curls her hand a little bit. I can't say that I witnessed what you did. but I myself was helpless. I watched as everyone I ever loved died, unable to do anything, unable to even move or drink from a bottle.
We were the first, Fern. The first taken.
He holds a bottle out for Evelyn. To Misery. Then looks to Ibrahim. I know. And try we did. Waylon and I. We went looking. Wandered all through the Vale, hoping every day we'd come across you. Searched the mines, couldn't find you. Went out and tried to find the cathedral, and that was all burned to the ground. And I remember Waylon saying, "Don't give up hope. We'll find them. Just got to keep on looking. Keep your chin up." And we did. We kept our chin up till that winged freak drove her blade into his back, took away his ability to walk. And I remember just pleading, begging for his life, hoping that whatever God would listen, that maybe they didn't kill him. My only friend left. And she said his inability to walk would serve as penance for crimes against the God King. And with as much grace as I could muster, I bowed and repented and prostrated myself, and then I carried him back. And I remember in that moment, just all the light gone out of his eyes. I was trying to tell him the same thing. Don't give up hope. We'll find a way. They wouldn't talk anymore. And that's when I knew this is all pointless.
Damn.
Well,
Damn. I have to do the thing, so I will have to run.
I have to do the thing. What the fuck are you talking about?
Selling the thing.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Well, that's okay. Talos kind of doesn't have anything to say to him right now anyway. He will
All right,
later.
go.
Yeah. Bye.
Sven speaks. Ibrahim lets his eyes wander through the room, watching the long file of bottles, the crumpled state of the bed, the wooden slats beneath Farron's hooves. And his attention slowly comes up, meeting his gaze again, but with a hint of apprehension in his expression. We failed you, Farron. You and Waylon both. We failed not just ourselves, but everyone we left behind. All the promises made, spoken or otherwise, of a better future, one we couldn't deliver on. I'm sorry. We just weren't good enough.
watching you for a moment, taking in your expression, the way you hold yourself. He reaches for a different bottle, holding it out between two fingers. Here. To disappointments.
Ibrahim reaches out for it. It is a sort of calm and languid motion, as though trying to reconcile the fact that he's being offered the bottle at the same time as he's taken it by the neck. And he'd take it, look down at it, rolling it between his fingers. He would then set it down on the nearest surface, shelf, or whatever it is most convenient. We came back. Somehow. We were found in the end. And we're not yet finished, Vern.
You can see that when he's talked to everybody else, he's looked them in the face. But when you talk, he doesn't even look you in the eyes. His attention's always somewhere else. But he nods. Perhaps it's best you just give it the time. Don't need to want for nothing. You can just enjoy your days. Whatever that means.
We did. We were forced to. Every day.
His lips pursed together, studying your expression.
Living a lie.
Sorry you had to go through all that. But this here ain't no lie. He flicks the sides of the bottle that clink audibly. As much booze as you want. Food. Shelter. Folk, if they'd be bothered enough to talk to you. You see his brows knit together. Listen. If you want rooms, you got them. I'll just leave me alone, yeah?
Everyone would look to Blake, to Ibrahim, to Oberon with this pleading expression.
Blake, seeing Farron like in this state, just can't even really bring himself to bear looking at him. Just it almost makes him start to feel hopeless himself as he just can't even bring up the words, and he just turns to leave with nothing to say.
Zeph kind of after seeing that, she just kind of stands up straight. And everyone here knows this isn't right. How it's happening here is not right.
He pauses, glancing down at the floor.
What about everything that we've lost?
Looking back at you, he gives you a very earnest shrug. I tried for a while. Thought maybe we held out for a little longer. You and your friends will show up again.
We were stuck in an unending loop of just this fake reality that we didn't know was fake. Until things started to break around us, we weren't able to see it.
Girlie, I'm not blaming you. I'm saying a lot of people held out hope.
You do
And
not see, Safina? Blames himself.
It's not anyone's fault, though. It's not anyone's fault. Not here in this room. And those that are still good of heart, it's not their fault either. I don't fault the ones either that have taken to this new reality because it's peace. I understand that.
the bottle that he's been holding, those brief moments where he'd brought it up to his lips and then pulled it away when to talk, hearing Ibrahim's comment and hearing you, Safina, continue to talk, he's just sort of staring forward. And without even realizing it, his hand just tightens so tightly around the bottle, it just shatters. And he sort of relents for a moment, looking down to his hand and the shards that are in it, looking down to the broken pieces on the floor. I wasted another one.
I don't dismiss the way that you're feeling. It's completely valid. But they're here, and she would motion to everyone but herself and Evelyn, and then to the two of them, and so are we. Hope's all we got right now. Don't let that go away, too.
Really, that died out a long while ago.
That is bullshit. Because you're talking to us.
He tightens his hand for a moment, forgetting the glass shards and just squeezing them, causing that blood to coat his palm. I'm only talking to you because I feel ashamed.
Ashamed of what? That you tried? And that you couldn't find us? That's not your fault. It's not on you.
You can see he's taking in everything you're saying. But there's that part of him that just is too far gone. Doesn't want to hear it. And as he begins sort of pulling the larger shards from the center of his palm, he just, when you go downstairs, tell him that you're friends with Tarth. And say that Farron's given you a room And if he has any questions about it, he can come up here and ask me. And I just want to be left alone.
Evelyn will
sorry.
lay her hand on his bleeding hand. And attempt to heal him.
What are you using?
I'm using... The fuck is it? Where's my hair spell? Hello?
You ain't healing shit.
Well,
Mm.
she's she's going to put her hand there and look to him. May I?
He gives a half-hearted shrug.
And actually, instead of healing, she's gonna cast Greater Restoration.
Make sure you look at the components for Greater Restoration.
I thought I could cast it with my thingy.
You need a diamond worth at least a diamond dust worth at least 100 gold, which the spell consumes. Your arcane focus is not sufficient.
Oh, well, less restoration will make him not drunk, so I could use that instead.
Drunkenness away.
Huh?
You're taking his drunkenness away?
Yes.
Yeah, now he's got to suffer while he's sober.
Yeah, and Zeph's gonna be walking around picking up any full bottles there might still be left.
This hazed look in his eyes eventually fades with that lesser restoration, that poisoned condition removed. And he scowls.
She just smiles at him as she's like looking over his wound, acting as if she's checking to see if he's gonna heal okay and all this stuff.
Snatches his hand back. Get out. Get out before I change my mind.
She kind of hesitates for a moment, noting that Blake is leaving and how Ibrahim has responded.
Ibrahim has just been looking at him in this kind of praising silence, being a kind of backdrop face to the conversation, studying his expression, his gesticulations. There's a kind of emotional solicitude to how he looks at him, a kind of pity that keeps him from saying anything, simply studying him, growing more nostalgic as the conversation drags on and he has to witness him being in this state. Faith us.
I know that you want us to leave, and we will, but it's nice to see a familiar face. I can only assume from all of them. Thank you for at least seeing us. I know that if I had been granted a familiar face, when I felt so alone. I would have enjoyed it. We will come back. She kind of like smile snorts.
He gives a small shake of his head. Just go, please.
If you so wish it.
You would watch as he turns away from all of you, sort of grabbing up the blanket that's on the bed. And you would watch as he just slowly crawls into it. The bed creaking under his weight, folding into a familiar shape. And he just sort of half-heartedly throws the blanket over himself, his back to you.
And with that, yeah, Oberon's going to quickly leave and wait for the others.
Everybody goes?
Yeah, Evelyn.
Yeah.
Left outside of Farron's room.
Ephraim is the last to step outside. He's the one that closes the door, but leaves a tiny gap because the room really needs to be aired.
Ever the thoughtful one.
He looks back to the group, or whoever hasn't walked off just yet.
Evelyn
He
would
can-
look at him.
He works his mouth for a moment, working through a thought, trying to give it coherence before he speaks. Don't think so poorly of him. Farron, right now, he's almost like a man that is waking up from a terrible nightmare. A man that's closing his eyes, blinking hard, hoping to bring back the world to how it was, how it existed, before it was stolen by Vorder. It is our job now, I think, to reorient him towards daylight and bring him back. It'll take time. We have 2 years of defeat to work. I'm sure we can.
I know we can.
I don't see him as that way.
Either way, first business now, secure a room and board. And see what else has gone on. With
How do
who?
you see him, Evelyn?
Like a mirror.
Sorry?
Like a mirror.
mirror?
Mhm. Just like I grew to be okay. Because of all of you. I can only hope he can do the same.
I think you give us far too much credit in that regard, Evelyn. But it's appreciated.
It is justly the same, though.
I'd like to give him a chance to sleep through this. Wrap his mind around our return. I'd like to come back here again sometime. But you're right, Overrun. We should go.
Give him some time. I'm sure he'll come around.
What are you doing, party?
I'd like to at least secure room and board before it's taken away from us.
Yes.
And then we'll decide who to visit next from there.
Okay. Making your way downstairs back to the barkeep, who's looks very nervous, having heard all of the commotion. Sort of looks to all of you expectantly.
And Evan also neglected to tell you that we are also friends of Tarth, and that we'll be staying for some time.
He gives you a very quizzical look.
You can talk it over with him if that's what you prefer. But he said there were rooms waiting.
He sort of scratches at his chin. Sure. Yeah, sure. Reaches down under the counter, producing a set of keys, and just sort of sets them down on the counter for people to grab.
Thank you.
Don't thank me, thank Farron. It's not often he gives people a place to stay for free. They'll be at the end of the hallway on the second floor.
Excellent. We have some additional errands to run, but we should be back before dinner.
I won't be working then, but sure.
Well, thank you for everything.
Go ahead and roleplay amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
And like Oberon just seems to be playing this off just kind of very Very blasé, very milquetoast. Kind of nothing exciting about him. Almost like way back when some people first met him on the airship. He's just a guy.
He's entered a kind of sociable cadence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kind of slipped into almost like his old personality of Kadric.
Yep. Is Blake in the room? Is he at the bar? Is he in the main hall?
Oh, Blake, he would have kind of just made his way out of the tavern. He's like, you can obviously, tell where he's going. Big guy, probably making a bit of noise as he walks away, but he's got a goal in mind right now, and it's elsewhere.
I think Ibrahim's attention would have swept the room, momentarily looked for him, and once his absence is noted, he just kind of heavily falls into the nearest chair and sits there, arms folded in, attention on the ground, finally letting everything sink in. The meaning of their failure and all the disappointments to come.
Hmm. Well, once the matter of the keys are settled, O'Brien will kind of turn back around and see Ibrahim falling into his chair, and then look around for Blake. Oh no. Where? Ibrahim, did you see where Blake went?
I did not, but he can't be far.
I'll go find him.
We should all go. The last thing we need to do is be separated right now.
That's right. Let's take our keys and we'll head out.
He has a thing he can't take, and he's working through it.
Right, and the last thing that we need is to be alone with that.
Can't you tell, Safina? We are alone. All we have is each other.
Then how are we alone?
You know what I mean.
All right, I'm back. What I miss?
Say it.
What you missed was Blake is left the tavern, and the others were discussing, oh shit, where's Blake? We should go find him.
Understood. What are you doing, party?
Well,
F would. Sorry, go ahead.
we can either stay here and wallow like those we have let down, or we can move. She would make motions to the door.
F would take up her key. Were there keys for each of us, or just like one key for one big room?
There was keys for everybody.
Okay. Did Ibrahim take his key?
No, he just sat down.
She'd pick up the key, or a key for Ibrahim, and just kind of press it into his chest. We go.
His head sort of sags down to look at the key, chin pressed to his chest. There's this heavy sigh as he rises up, sort of into her hand, leading it up through his chest before finally taking it. Okay. Let's go.
The one side of her mouth would kind of smirk a little bit before she'd release the key to him, turning to the rest of them. Let's go find Blake. Like Ibrahim said, all we have right now are ourselves.
Luckily, he's so large, it shouldn't be hard to spot him. But rather don't want to lose track of him.
No. I think he'll be quite easy to find.
And then let's go find us a himbo.
We step outside. Talon us in the bag.
Blake has been abducted.
Fuck.
He's gone. He's disappeared.
Couldn't
You
even
left him
fight.
alone for 1 second.
Couldn't
Cooped up.
resist.
They
He's like,
said,
come on.
he said, we got cat girls. And he said, oh, on God? And then got into the van and they drove off.
Free candy. What?
It's gotta be a huge
No,
ass van,
what?
bro.
Yeah, it would be. Jeez.
Adjudicator, where have you wandered
Yes.
off to?
Where have we wandered off to? Well, Blake, with what Farron has told about what himself and Waylon had tried to do, Blake is making his way towards Wayland Manor, Heartland Manor. He's making his way there with a purpose, with not righteous indignation, but like his goal is he wants to confront Waylon.
I'd like to track him.
Yeah, how far away has he gotten? From the door of the... From the door of the tavern.
We'd like to roll find himbo.
He isn't running, but he's definitely like fucking
How many
Power walking.
feet?
power walking. Yeah, so
Walking
it probably
with
wouldn't
purpose?
be too. He probably walking before. He wouldn't be too far. He probably moved the full movement speed. Well, let's see. Well,
Good
let's
point.
just say
Pick a point.
he's down the road and he's making his way.
Would I be able to see
Downtown?
him?
Roll me some perception checks, party. Nope.
Oh my god.
Nope. Nope. Definitely not that one. Nope.
What?
None of those. I'm
We got
afraid.
What
the
do you want
same.
from me?
He's too fat. I want a 35. How about that with all your natural 20s, you motherfucker?
Jeez.
Everybody but the old man
Perfect.
would see him already making his way down the road, walking fast, faces past, and he's Wayland bound.
Yes, finally.
In his head, he would hear, "You can't just leave us behind. We're all a part of this."
Hearing that familiar voice, he can't respond to it, can he? He just hears it, right?
Well, technically,
Technically.
creature has to be within 60 feet of you.
That's why I asked. He said he moved his full movement. His full movement isn't 60 feet.
But he's down at the end of the road. That's pretty far.
Well, I mean, according to this, it's only about 30, 40 feet.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's why I asked the question, and he said he moved his full movement, so... I apologize. If he's not within range, then never mind.
You
Yeah,
know what?
I can't tell with this map. I'm sorry.
We'll consider the size of homes and buildings, how large they are.
I thought Blake was really big.
You're only big because it's meant to represent, the token size is meant to represent the whole party. I put you down as an individual. I can attempt to shrink your size to what it should be. Give me a second.
I mean, you're just there for positional reference. That's the point.
No reference. Yeah. Oh my God, he's so small.
Oh, he's small. Oh,
With that in mind,
That's
where
small.
are you?
Where are you?
Okay, all right.
So sorry.
I can't shrink you any
So,
further.
He's so tiny. Look at him.
He's yeah. So he'd be like, yeah, come on, buddy. We're gonna pick you up. I'm gonna move you over here. God damn it! Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, he'd be right there.
You really
I measured.
hauled ass then.
Yeah,
Look,
that's like,
he's big and got long legs.
yeah.
I'll say with him there and your sort of natural connection with one another, all of you would see him, and I would say, Evelyn, you'll be able to get him while he's there. It's well beyond 60 feet, but it's somebody that you've done this with numerous times.
And he can respond, right? Or is it just hearing her voice in his head?
Yeah, telepathy feed is not two-way; it's one-way.
You
Okay.
would have to have it as well.
Okay. Well, she can still hear his thoughts, right?
If she were to detect thoughts, even then she would need to be closer.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, you're right.
She's basically standing there with like her hands on her hips, looking in his direction.
Blake looks back.
All
We're
right.
all just waving.
This way, just hearing, despite hearing her, knowing that, like, yes, they shouldn't. They're all in this together. Once again, he's got a sense of purpose. He's got a duty, and despite hearing out what she says, I mean, being forced to with telepathy, he just continues on.
You'd hear in his head, "Ugh, be so annoying sometimes." And she kind of just points out at him and says, "Well, there he goes."
We'd better keep up before he says or does anything.
Agreed. Zeph would
It is a
take off.
chase. Unless you guys are you walking or running? If you're walking, you'll effectively stay the same distance from him, but you'll be able to keep him in line of sight.
I'd say a jog.
I was like, jogging.
Like a catch-up jog.
The half jog across traffic kind of thing.
Someone pick up Oberon.
Ah!
The
Old man.
is crippled.
Yeah, if you guys start fucking taking off, it's like, well.
If
Goodbye,
Oberon is
old
going to
man.
walk, Ibrahim is going to walk with him.
And Zeph would, if that's what's happening, Zeph would look back and be like, I'll go catch up with him. Evelyn, did you want to come with?
Of course.
At least to get him to stop. To let the others catch up.
I tried. He wouldn't even stop when I spoke to him. She like just takes off.
Words might not be enough. We might need to stand in front of him.
Rafina being like, I can't be caught walking next to somebody who's old.
Old.
All right, you two break off from the others and would eventually catch up to the adjudicator.
Don't make me cast hold person, Blake.
Oh my God! Not again. Not again.
The other thought that crossed my mind was to catch up and then, dimension door him back.
Oh, that'd be such a dick move.
I know it would.
That'd be such a dick move.
Also, maybe not do so much casting right now.
Oh yeah, no.
But yeah, he's like you would eventually catch up to him, and he takes note of you for a moment, but he just still making his way.
Blake.
Like, stop.
Why? We need to keep moving anyway.
You need to wait for the others.
Well then, hurry up.
Is she within like arm's reach now?
I'd say so.
That's up to you.
She would reach out and grab his arm and try and like spin him and then point back at Oberon. Do you
Like,
forget?
Wait for me.
he
Or are
like
you so caught up in your head right now?
look. I've got a lot on my mind right now,
We all
and I need
do.
to speak with Waylon
Okay,
now.
and we all do.
I'm not waiting for him to catch up.
Don't make me make you wait.
What?
Please, we're all together for this.
Yeah, we are. But you know what? Right now, I'm not really feeling like we're together on this right now. All right?
In
I
what
feel
way?
like I don't know. I just don't know. I'm furious. I'm angry. I'm upset. And I want to talk to Waylon.
Blake. Take it slow.
Right. All right. Eventually, Blake will, he'll stop, and so looking tense, just try to bring himself to be a bit more calmer about everything, but he still has this impatient stance to him, really just wanting to go.
It's okay to feel these things, but you can't let it control you. You shouldn't ignore it, but don't let it guide your feet. Not like this. We're all we have right now. You
All right.
guys are all I have left. Don't do this.
I get it. I get it. Just, I'm sorry. And Blake will wait for whoever needs to catch up to catch up.
DM, would you
Bro.
say that it is fair to say that if Ibrahim is close to Overon, would it be easier for him to sort of work through the pain due to my aura of protection?
No.
So even though it provides a kind of benefit to Constitution, it's still
If it was specifically Constitution, then maybe. But a bonus to saving throws? Maybe when you're higher level.
Okay.
Now the old man will suffer.
Old man.
Uh,
Yeah, Evelyn just kind of wraps her arms around herself and a quietness about her.
Well, once Overon and Ibrahim finally arrive to the group, Ibrahim sort of situates himself beside Safina and drapes an arm around her shoulders, tugging her in for a kind of half hug. I'm glad you waited, Blake. Overon is having issues, in case you can't tell.
Well then, shall we carry on?
Where are you going?
Let's see Waylon.
You want to see Waylon? Okay. Are you prepared to see Waylon?
As prepared as I'll ever be.
All right. Let's go.
that arm of Ibrahim's that have draped over her shoulders, her arm that's closest to him would kind of just wrap around his back as they'd start to walk.
Given that she's shorter, Ibrahim would
Yes.
let her lead. Just sort of shuffling along at match speed.
Straight to Wayland's? Any deviations?
Unless in the party, anyone else wants to make a deviation? Blake's going
I-
straight to win.
Yeah, unless we want to lose a himbo again.
You look away for 1 second, he's gone.
He's
Pretty
gone.
much.
No,
He needs an arcane baby leash.
we need a
Arcane
leash.
baby leash. Hey, listen here, old man.
Okay. Do you guys remember where the Heartland Manor was?
Yes.
Drag the token there, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah. And then they go down the long
Real
road.
quick.
What the fuck?
Whoa!
What's happening?
We
What's
have
going on?
arrived.
Where are we going?
What's happening?
Who did that? Who did that?
That was me. That was me.
Stop!
Mother,
Stop!
That was not me.
My
That is
God.
not me. No, that was not me. Not that one.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Good. We're
Motherfuckers.
there.
Jesus.
We just go all over the fucking place.
The
We gave
DM
us
pauses
pause.
the game.
Approaching the rise that's here, that the manor sits upon, you would see that the manor is far larger than before. Numerous stories tall, with various offshoots and different buildings that are all connected to one central place. And as you approach the very grand entrance that's here, the raised platforms, the wide double doors, and you would note that not only are there stairs here, but you would see that there are a series of ramps that connects upwards as well towards the doors. A number of guardsmen have been posted, sort of just patrolling. Some acknowledge you as you walk past. But as you get to the entrance, closer to the entrance, you would see a number of figures. Some of them currently in discussion with a rather uninterested figure. Their dark hair with streaks of white that have pushed through it, confined to that of a dark metal wheelchair. You would see Lord Wayland, resting to one side, listening to the conversations being talked at him. His attention lazily drifts down to the road and sees all of you. That's what we're going to call it for today.
No, you can't do this to me, you motherfucker. You can't do this to me. No.
Thanks for playing,
Fitting.
party.
I hate you. I hate you.
Man, what a sad fucking session, man.
Yeah.
I'm on my way downstairs. I'm gonna choke you.
You're not going
Yeah, you
downstairs.
can
You're
do
gonna
that,
live
but I've
out.
already won.
You motherfucker.
Thank you guys so much for playing. I hope you enjoyed the session.
Yeah, I definitely did. I thought it was heavier than I expected.
Anger.
Also, I would love to say, but I have a commitment. Like today, big thing I've been waiting for launches. So,
It's totally fine, brother.
yeah. Love the session though. Thank you for the RP, guys.
What do you
Everyone.
mean? What are you
It was
doing?
fun.
Love you, chat.
What are you going to
Can't believe this
do?
guy. Can't believe this guy.
Hello?
I think he's got roleplay stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
So should I tell my mother you're not going to come out and see her?
What? When?
Ooh.
Ooh.
I'll tell her right now.
Like
Lyric's
today?
in trouble.
Uh-oh.
He's
I
in
can't
trouble. This
believe
man is
that
dead.
This
F in
motherfucker.
chat for Ibrahim.
F's in the chat.
I can't believe this.
Yeah, they're
Bruh.
coming over today.
I just smile at her, I hug her, and I win her over.
Yeah, she's
Ah.
coming over today. She's gotta
No, but,
give Crown his birthday gift.
oh
Oh.
yeah, well, it's his day. It's not my day.
What?
You don't remember her on Wednesday saying, "Hey, I'm gonna come over Sunday to see all of you and meet all of your friends and give you your gift."
I do not remember that.
Jesus!
Believe this.
All right, gonna tell her she.
Very forgetful.
Uh-oh. F's in chat for crowned.
To everything that's not D&D, smiley face.
Okay.
Her DM Nat one to history check.
Is he yelling at the subtitles?
What?
Those fuckle chucks.
Right?
I can't believe this.
Well, I'm really glad that you guys enjoyed the session. I knew it was going to be a heavy one, and I was very interested to see who you were going to go to first.
That's up to them. My character don't know them very well, so.
Yeah, no, it sucks. It's just like, also, it's like, guys, please maintain the ruse.
Guys, please. I get it. You're feeling emotions right now, but like,
But like, stop
Stop
having
feeling
feelings. We need to survive. Stop having feelings.
no, shut the fuck up. Feelings are cringe.
we will pick this up next week, unless I'm made aware of any weird changes or things like that. Block A.
Yeah, I'll be home in time. Don't worry.
Perfect. Then we will be meeting up for episode 5, Dawn of Anor'lur, on the 6th of November. Times are probably going to change because that's daylight savings time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna be weird.
I think we get an hour.
Yeah, fall
Yeah.
behind.
But wait, fall back. Yeah.
Nice.
Spring ahead, fall back.
Okay. Take a podcast.
Goodbye to chat.
Bye, chat.
Bye, chat.
Goodbye,
Bye.
chat.
Alright, my beautiful chat. I hope you have enjoyed this episode of The Secrets of Irish. Or wait, no, Dawn of Anor'lur. I, however, am going to go now. I will be back probably tomorrow with Uzu and playing a game or two. Who knows? But yes. Thank you. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening, afternoon, whatever time of day it is for you. And I will see you all tomorrow.